Nityanandam, we welcome you back to Introduction to KAILASA's Nityananda Yoga, Introduction to KAILASA's Lifestyle. We apologize for the technical glitch. We'll be continuing Prathamingyasa Krama with our next asana, Shashasana. Lift your knees from a plank position or a Gajasana like position. Lift your knees and bring it close to the chest. And alternatively, bring your knees to the chest. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chanting Shivoham.
गजासनसंस्थितौ जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Rathasana. Now jump your foot and step it between the hands, alternatingly jumping your feet between the hand. Gaze internally in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a chariot and do the internal chanting Shivoham.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Virabhadrasana. Stand tall and step your legs apart. Bend your right knee at the front at a 90-degree angle. Keep your left leg behind and straight at an angle of 45 degrees from the ground. Avoid bending your knees. Bring your arms overhead and gaze at the third eye. Twist and face your chest facing forward. Internally gaze in Shambhavi Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra and do the internal chanting Shivoham.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
We'll repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. Switch your legs. Keep your left knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Right leg behind straight at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Bring your arms overhead and gaze at the third eye externally while internally gazing in Shambhavi Mudra. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Vrikshasana. Now starting with your right foot, keep your right foot sole on the left leg inner thigh and keep your palms together and raise them above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Sahaja Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षाश्रमिदं विदुः.
Now bring your right foot in front of your hip. Keep your palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize an eagle and engage only the perineum muscles.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषात् विनिर्मुक्तो भवति यः महाबली.
Now switch your legs. We'll repeat Vrikshasana. Now this time bring your left foot on the right inner thigh. Keep your palms together and raise them above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Breathe normally in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षाश्रमिदं विदुः.
Now please bring your left foot in front of your hip. Keep your palms together in front of your heart in Namaskara Mudra. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize an eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषात् विनिर्मुक्तो भवति यः महाबली.
Trikonasana. Please step your legs apart and bring your right hand next to the right foot on the ground and keep the left hand in the air. Gaze internally. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
We'll repeat Trikonasana. Please switch sides. This time the left hand will be on the floor and the right hand will be in the air. Gaze internally. Visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Nikotaka Karna. Stand in Arai Mandi with your heels together and toes bleeding outwards, knees are wide. Bring your hands in front of your heart in a horizontal position with the palms facing each other. Alternatively, thrash your heel to the floor and simultaneously switch your palm position. Now from here onwards, the pranayama breathing technique will be Brahmari pranayama, where we will be buzzing like a bee both while inhaling and exhaling. The japa, the internal chanting, will be Sadashivoham, starting with Angushthasana. Sit on your toes and keep your palms together in front of your heart in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
कबन्धासमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रसादितं तथा.
Sarasana. Stretch your right leg, keep your palms on the floor facing forwards in Vara Mudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादकं.
Vidunasana. Hold your front foot with your hand and back foot heel with the other hand. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संश्रय तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभिषेचोभयत्र.
Please switch your legs. We'll repeat Sarasana. This time stretch the left leg with the toes pointing upwards. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादकं.
Vidunasana. Now hold the front toes with your one hand and hold the back heel with another hand. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संश्रय तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभिषेचोभयत्र.
Brahmajurunkusasana. Bring your feet together, knees together, and sit on your heels. Keep your palms resting on your knees with the palms facing upwards. Gaze internally. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो फणापानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपकदल्या की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Kapilasana. Please bring your knees on the ground, separated wide apart. Hands will be on the respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up. Visualize yourself as sage Kapila.
उभय पगतली सुमठहरावे तिनकी माहिली कोरबिलावे फणापानी उकड़ होए वैसे एड़ी दो जोनी निवैसे.
Bhadra Gorakhasana. In the same posture, now gaze at the third eye externally. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and engage only the Mula Bandha.
दो पगतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरिधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी वैसे.
Suryasana. Lift your knees off the ground and separate them wide apart. Spread your fingers wide, forming a lotus with your hands and gaze through the palms. Continue Brahmari Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Surya, Suryasana.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने घोड़ा जंग अधर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि कहे.
Mandukasana. Lower your arms and knees and relax your toes and sit between the heels. Palms will be resting on the knees. Now press your tongue against the upper palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as a frog.
पाद तलोपृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृहे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् मण्डुकासनम्.
Uttana Mandukasanas. Bring your hands on the opposite shoulders. Continue pressing your tongue to the upper palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Breathe normally through the nose. Engage perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up. Visualize yourself as a frog.
मण्डुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Simhasana. Cross your right ankle over the left ankle and place the right heel underneath the perineum. Hands will be on the knees. Now as you exhale, stick your tongue out. Gaze at the nose. Breathe normally through the nose. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ च जानुव संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Bhadrasana. Now bring your soles together and sit on the heels. Knees are separated wide apart. Cross your hands behind the back and hold the opposite toes with your middle and index finger in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari. Engage perineum muscles and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Kakabhusandi Asana. Sit in a squatting position with your knees wide. Wrap your arms around the knees to lock your fingers behind your back in Parashumudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a crow.
व्रत में बैसक उगड़ ठाने, दो हाथ भग बीच आने, तिनको मोड़ी नलिया पर लियावे, पिष्ट पछे कागसी करवे.
Kanipavasana. Bring your palms on the floor, shoulder width apart, and bring your knees above your elbows, lifting your hips up. Slightly lift your head and balance yourself on the hands. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा हो ये तो आची हो ये.
Kapali Asana. Bring your head to the ground, forming a tripod with your head and two hands. Keep your knees on the elbows and stretch the legs up. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पकदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा को करे. पकतली आकाश दिशे सन मुश राशि दो हाथा की हथेली दो पाशत्या धरती टेको दृष्टि नासा अग्र.
Pashva Mayurasana. Keep your palms on the ground, separated shoulder width apart. Knees will be to one side of the body. Press the elbow and to the knee and hip region and lean the body forward with your toes up. Stretch your legs to the side, gaze at the third eye. Breathe slowly through the nose and exhale in a slow controlled way and continue breathing in Rechika Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Now the internal chanting is Sadashivoham. Parshva Mayurasana.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम कुर्यान मायूरम पार्श्वाभ्याम मायूर पार्श्व नामकम.
We'll repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side with the palms on the ground, shoulder width apart. Keep your knees to the other side of the body. Press your elbow to the knee and hip region and lean forward with the toes up. Stretch your legs to the other side. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम कुर्यान मायूरम पार्श्वाभ्याम मायूर पार्श्व नामकम.
Bharaganatasana. From a plank position, bring your right leg over the shoulder with the right foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Gaze internally. Continue breathing in Rechika Pranayama. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra, as Lord Bharaganatha.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now switch your legs, bringing your left foot between your hands. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize Lord Bharaganatha.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Unmukha Asana. Press your forearms down. Hips are up and high. Gaze at the third eye. Engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
भून्यस्तो जानुनी हस्तो च दुष्पद वामुखम उत्थापितांघ्रियुगलकटिस्थलम भिरुका.
Vasishthasana. Keep your right hand under the shoulders and keep the hips up and raise your left hand up in the air as you gaze through the palm in the air. Continue Rechika Pranayama, engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Sage Vasishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुकुटवासिष्ठमयी च हलमत्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
We'll repeat Vasisthasana with the other hand. Keep your left hand underneath the shoulders. Keep your hips raised up and raise the right hand in the air as you gaze through the right hand in the air. Engage perineum muscles. Continue breathing in Rechika Pranayama. Visualize Sage Vasishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुकुटवासिष्ठमयी च हलमत्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now from here onwards, the internal chanting will be Maha Sadashivoham. Anjani Asana. Stretch your legs straight with your toes pointing upwards. Keep your head, neck and spine straight and sit on upturned palms. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as God Hanuman.
दो करके उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिली राशे.
Paschimottanasana. Bend forward, keeping your spine straight and hold the toes in Prana Mudra. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Avoid bending your knees. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
जानु जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Ugrasana. Keep your spine straight and now interlace your fingers behind your head and bend your chest forward and bring your head towards the knees. Avoid bending the knees. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Continue Rechika and visualize yourself as Mother Goddess Kali.
सपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरिशिरोन्यसेत् आसनो घृमितं प्रोक्तं भवेद नीलदीपनम्.
Marichi Asana. Now lift your right knee and bring it close to the chest and wrap your arms around the right knee. Hands will be holding behind the back. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Mahamudra Asana. Lower the right knee to the floor and bring your chest forward and down, holding your toes. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Avoid bending the knees. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
डावा पग की एड़ी जोजी सीवनी आनी लगा वेसो जी दक्षिण बदलाम्बुज प्रसारे तामे आने कांक सीधारे.
We'll repeat Marichi Asana with the left knee. Bring your left knee to the chest and wrap your arms around the left knee. Hold your hands behind the back. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Mahamudra Asana. Lower your left knee to the floor and bend your chest forward and down, bringing your head close to the knees. Avoid bending the knees. Hold your toes with both the hands. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
डावा पग की एड़ी जोजी सीवनी आनी लगा वेसो जी दक्षिण बदलाम्बुज प्रसारे तामे आने काक सीधारे.
Bhadrasana. Bring your soles together and heels at the perineum. Hold your feet with your hands. Gaze at the third eye. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava.
गुल्फौतु वृषणस्य अधः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
Gaulipavasana. Keep your toes together and heels apart. Hands will be on the knees. Gaze at the nose. Now breathe in through the nose and tuck your chin to the chest and exhale slowly in Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Swamiji and do the internal chantings Mahasadashivoham.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कक्ष्यो सोजी वाही विधियों की जीत सोजी यामे एडी भिन्नुज राशे अंगुला अठांतरो राशे.
Yoni Asana. Hold the soles of your feet with all 10 fingers. Bring your elbows on the ground near the shin and lean the whole body forward. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Yoni Mandala.
दो पगतले संपुट करे सोले मेड आगा में धरे अर्धा हाथ अंतर राशे लाट पगतल्या ऊपर दाशे.
Midaki Pavasana. Bring your heels together and separate the toes apart. Move your heels slightly away from the body. Bring your forehead on the ground near the heels and arms will be to the side over the knees, palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
पूर्व विधि परिभगतली संपूर्ण शोली एडी मिली राशे एडियासु माहिली कान अगुलुदो आतरे लाट धरती लगावे.
Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring your arms between the thighs and shin with the palms facing upwards. Bend your body and bring your nose close to the ground. Try to touch your throat with your toes. Gaze at the nose. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva.
दो भगतली संपुट करे सोले मेड आगा में धरे अंगुल आठ अंदरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विधि दाशे.
Chinnaki Pavasana. Keep your heels together and separate the toes apart. Soles will be facing towards the sky. Bring your elbows on the knees. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगा पे पगतली माहिली कोरांगोटा की सदिसु दिजोड़े वारली गौरभणा शुल्या राशे.
Charpat Choka Asana. Sit up straight. Keep your soles together and hands will be on the knees, pressing the knees down, bringing them on the ground. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up. In Uddiyana Bandha, visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो पगतली संपुट करे आगाने कर जारे पसारे घोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो वो घोड़ा परिदाशे.
Bhairavasana. Lift your heels off the ground, bringing your toes down. Knees will be wide on the ground with the hands by their side in Bindu Mudra. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्फौ संबीड्य चान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनिः जान्वः पार्श्वगतो हस्तो दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Samanasana. Place the heel at the perineum and hold the right foot close to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादपुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now bring your right knee over the shoulders. Keep your hands on the floor and extend the left leg in the air. Avoid bending the knees. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत् दण्डवत्प्रभो.
We'll repeat Samanasana. Now this time bring your left foot to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रात् साधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा गुख्योञ्जलिङ्गभक्तर्गे
Apanasana. Bring your left knee over the shoulder, hands will be on the floor. Extend the right leg in the air, avoid bending the knees. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेदण्डवत्प्रभः
Now from here onwards, the pranayama is Sitkari. Press your tongue to the root of the front teeth. Inhale a hissing breath through the teeth and exhale through the nose. Gomukhasana. Stack your knees, keeping your right knee above, and heels will be by the hip region, both sitting bones on the mat, fingers interlaced on the knees. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize a cow's face.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोज्य दक्षिणे पिता सव्यं गोमुखं यथा
Anasuyasana. Now hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण घोड़ो नीचे उठाने पावों ताके ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पदपुनी दे संधि पसारी
Anusuyasana 2. Hold your hands behind the back in Parshamudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose close to the ground. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya.
जी मना गोदा की संधि ऊपर डावा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा से उले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे
Garudasana. Bring your right knee to the chest. Hands will be on the respective knees. Keep the spine straight. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize Garuda, eagle.
डावो पग मोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल पे मूल द्वारनी चाहिए वैसे जीवनी पगतली धरती टेकी गोड़ो ऊंचो उभो राशे
Naradasana. Interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together and twist to cross your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as sage Narada.
पिष्टि जो वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी घोड़ा सुधो पनो है जोई दक्षिपाशती राशे सोई
Matsyapitaka Asana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arms around the legs and hold the opposite shin. Extend the hands down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतमच्च पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रहतुपरि दक्षिणम्
Now we'll be repeating Gomukhasana. This time keep your left knee above the right knee, stacking your knees. Heels will be by the hip, both sitting bones resting on the mats, fingers interlaced and resting on the knees. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize a cow's face.
सव्ये दक्षिणगर्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोज्य दक्षिणे पिता सव्यं गोमुखं यथा
Anusuyasana. Remaining in the same position, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Pull your stomach in and up. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
दक्षिण घोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पदपुनी दे संधि बसारी
Anusuyasana 2. Hold your hands behind the back, interlacing them in Parshumudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, and nose close to the ground. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya.
जीमना गोदा की संधि ऊपर डावा घोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे घोड़ा से उले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे
Garudasana. Bring your right knee to the chest. Hands will be on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize Garuda, eagle.
डाबो पग मोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्प मूल द्वारिनी चाहिए वैसे जीमनी पकतली धरती टेकी घोड़ो ऊंचो उभो राशे
Naradasana. Interlace your fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together and place them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as sage Narada.
पिष्टि जो आम पगदली के केरी भूपरी ताही लगावे फेरी घोड़ा सुदोपनो है जोगी दक्षिपाशती राशे सोई
Matsyapitaka Asana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arms around the leg, holding the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतमच्च पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रातुपरि दक्षिणम्
Matsyendra Asana. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उदरं पश्चिमाभागं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नमराङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षिणानुपरिन्यसेत्
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन गोगुण झोलो जाइए
Matsyendrasana 2. Bring your front hand to hold the front shin and release the back hand on the ground behind you and twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनासनम् अभ्यासतकुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हिन्दाति पुंसाम्
Matsyendrasana. We'll be repeating Vitsendrasana with the other foot, keeping the other foot on the thigh. Put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन गोगुण झोलो जाइए
From Matsyendrasana, from Kubasana, Matsyendrasana, bring your front hand to hold the front shin and release the back hand onto the ground behind you and twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Matsya.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनासनम् अभ्यासतकुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हिदाति पुंसाम्
Now from here onwards, the internal chanting will be Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham. Padmasana. Cross your thighs. Bring your feet onto the opposite thighs. Hands will be on the respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तदा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेद्धते उभे पादतले यथा
Padmasana 2. Now hold the opposite toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Mother Goddess Lakshmi and engage only the perineum muscles.
उत्तानौ तरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पानी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ
Kukutasana. Remaining in Padmasana, insert the arms through the legs and balance yourself on the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a rooster.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरेकरो निवेश भूमावासिष्ठे व्योमस्तकुक्कुटासनः
Badakeki Asana. Remaining in Padmasana, rise onto your knees. Keep your palms on the floor, fingers facing you, elbows into the abdomen region, and lean your body onto your elbows, lifting your knees and head up. Gaze at the third eye. Engage perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
धरामष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कुर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनोदण्डपदोत्तितर्के मायुरमेतत् प्रवदन्ति पीठं मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते
Mayurasana. Now extend your legs behind, folding your feet upwards. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपाते हस्तौ द्वौ कुर्परोपरि देहकम्
Makarasana. Fall flat on the floor, keeping your foreheads on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind the head. Open your legs with the toes pointing to the sides. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a crocodile.
अध्यक्षेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसारिमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं दत्ते
Salabhasana. Keep your hands on the ground under the shoulders. Keep your legs together and raise the thigh and feet off the floor. Avoid bending the knees. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यक्षेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमष्टभिकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वित्तस्य चोर्ध्वं वदनपीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः
Ustrasana. Holding onto your feet with your hands, press your heel to the hip region as you contract your abs and mouth. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासिषेते पदयुग्मविस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चेत् सम्यकुदरास्य काढमुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति
Dhanurasana. Now, holding your respective feet with your hands, raise your chest and thighs, bending your body like a U as you balance yourself on your lower belly. Visualize yourself as a bow and engage your perineum muscles.
प्रसार्य पादौ भूयदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्
Bhagasana. Raise yourself up. Keep your heels outside of the hip region and sit on the knees with the toes beneath the perineum. Rest the palms on the respective knees. Gaze at the third eye. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादो वैसे बहुरियो जुगति करे एक ऐसे पावन महिला गुल्प जो होवु कुला पाशितीला वेसोबु
The japa, the internal chanting from here onwards is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Gomukhasana. Hold on to the opposite elbows on the ground. Interlace your fingers, keeping the crown of your head on the ground. Hands will be supporting the head. Walk your feet in and press your hips up, aligning your hips over the shoulders. Lift your feet up. Calves and thighs will be together. Heels on the hip region. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो हाथ की कहोनी जोजी पुनिह कलाई जाने दो जी पिष्टे अंगुरिया की पुन जानो ए सब लेभु ऊपर ठानो
Suryasana. Please extend your feet straight up. Gaze at the nose. Engage your perineum muscles and visualize yourself as Swamiji.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने
Now from here onwards, the pranayama is bhastrika. Rapid forceful inhale and exhale through the nose into the chest region. For the asana, in a seated position, bring your legs up straight, avoid bending the knees. Thighs will be close to the chest and knees will be close to the head. Hands will be holding the calves. Engage the perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
दो हाथ दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काग सीठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरण उभे आकाश दिशी करे
Parighasana. Bring your hands onto the opposite shoulders. Keep your legs together at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्वा हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिहासनं भवति
Nakasana. Maintain your legs at a 45-degree angles from the ground. Avoid bending the knees. Stretch your arms, bringing it close to the knees. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as a boat.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्यः सौनितम्बं निधाय श्री ऊरुजङ्गापादान् दण्डवत् धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति
Rudrasana. Sit up, keeping your back straight, and reach your hands through the legs, bringing the soles together to the chest. Gaze at the nose. Engage your perineum muscles. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Rudrasana.
पगतली संपुट कर हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई पगा का अंगूठा दो लेवु परलिकानी तालवे
Unmukha Pitha Asana. Lay on your back. Bend your knees, raising your chest close to the chin. Now breathe in completely and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Exhale slowly in Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Swamiji.
ऊर्ध्वे जजानुनि कृत्वा शवित्वर्धमुखं तथा उत्ताप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठोन्मुखनामके
Shivasana. Completely stretch your legs and arms. Keep your palms facing upwards. Channelize your Kundalini Shakti for a few moments in Shakti Chalana Mudra. Completely relax the whole body, making it motionless. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva.
उत्तानं शवद्भूमौ शयनं तु श्वासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
Now please wiggle your fingers and toes, stretch your arms and legs out, stretching side to side, and rock yourself up in a comfortable seated position. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, hands together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Very shortly, we'll be closing with the Purana Mantra and we'll be bowing down at Swamiji's feet, at the feet of our beloved Guru, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and offering our surrender and gratitude and receiving His grace and blessings. Now we'll close with the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत्श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishane, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side, millions are in the platforms homeless. One side, tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side, millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishane, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming
Nithyanandam, welcome back. Now we'll be continuing with the lifestyle of KAILASA. We'll be moving on to our next routine or next lifestyle aspect, which is Guru Puja. Let us look at the significance of Guru Puja in Hinduism. In Hinduism, Guru is God and God is Guru. Lord Paramashiva in the 20th verse of Guru Gita reveals, Yo Guruha Shivaha Saprokta Ya Shiva Sa Guru Smritaha. Translated as, He who is Guru is Shiva himself. So declares the scriptures. And the truth that Shiva is Guru is reminded in the Smritis, the remembered scriptures. Very clearly, Lord Paramashiva is revealing Guru is Shiva himself. Shiva is Guru. Further, Lord Paramashiva declares, Durlabham Rishu Lokeshu Takshinushva Vadamaham Guru Brahma Vinananya Satyam Satyam Varanane, which is translated as, now here Lord Paramashiva is referring to Devi Parashakti, Parvati. He is referring to Parvati as, O lovely faced one, listen to my words and trust, for this truth is most rare and unknown to anyone else in the 3 worlds. Guru is Brahman, the pure cosmic consciousness, the source of all that is, and none other than Paramashiva, Brahman itself. This is the truth. This is the truth. I declare. Very clearly, Lord Paramashiva is revealing Guru Brahma Vinay Nanya Satyam Satyam Varanane Satyam Satyam. This is the truth. This is the truth. Varanane, I declare. Very clearly, the significance of Guru is revealed by Lord Paramashiva himself in Guru Gita. Now, let us listen directly from our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the secret of Puja in Hinduism. Why Guru Puja? Let us watch this short clip.
I was shocked when I was reading some of the research reports science reveals about DNA. The agriculture lifestyle, eating rice and drinking milk, has given us such huge breakthrough. For the human DNA, brain started growing bigger and multiple benefits have started happening. That was one of the main reasons why human beings have become supremate beings. Why our species have conquered the planet. I tell you, if you start doing puja every day, your internal organs, intra organs and physical body absorbs the DNA of Paramashiva, bio-memory of Paramashiva, bio-energy of Paramashiva fills you and manifests in bio-memory of you. Bioenergy of Paramashiva manifests in your bioenergy. Biomemory of Paramashiva manifests in your biomemory. Muscle memory of Paramashiva manifests in your muscle memory. You will manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. I can give you 1,000,000 reasons, 1,000,000,000 evidences. All the great achievements of Hindus, all the great contributions of Hindus to the world is from puja. It is puja, which is the core component of Hinduism. Understand? Temple is not just organization for us. No, it is God's home. Deity is God's body. We don't do idol worship. We do deity worship. We don't worship idols. We worship God through idols. Somebody asked me, why do we pour milk on the Shivalinga? I said, no, we pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We pour on Paramashiva. It falls on Shivalinga. We worship God through deity. Understand? Puja makes you manifest extraordinary powers. It fills your biomemory with Paramashiva's biomemory.
We'll now begin the Pratyakshapada Puja. Please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Before we begin the Pratyakshapada Puja, please declare the following statements with integrity and authenticity. If you agree, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth. Cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that whatever I offer in the Pratyakshapada Puja at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. We'll now begin the Pratyakshapada Puja. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Variyantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitila Dhrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuran Maladhara Spurita Gadikaupina Vasanaha Dadano Dushtaram Shirasi Bhanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Achamya Om Atma Tattvam Chodayami Svadha Vidya Tattvam Chodayami Svadha Shiva Tattvam Chodayami Svadha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Shuklam Bharadaram Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannapadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantayet Prananayam Jnam Om Hum Ishana Murdaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurusha Vektara Namaha Om Hum Goradhaya Namaha Om Him Mamadevukya Namaha Om Hum Tatjojatmurte Namaha Om Ham Hridaya Namaha Om Him Shirse Namaha Om Hum Shika Namaha Om Him Kavacha Namaha Om Nom Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Hum Ishana Murdaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurusha Vektara Namaha Om Hum Goradhaya Namaha Om Him Mamadevukya Namaha Om Hum Tatjojatmurte Namaha Om Ham Hridaya Namaha Om Him Shirse Namaha Om Hum Shika Namaha Om Him Kavacha Namaha Om Neptrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Hom Ishana Murdaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurusha Vektara Namaha Om Hum Agor Hridaya Namaha Om Him Vamadevukya Namaha Om Hum Satjojatmurte Namaha Om Ham Hridaya Namaha Om Him Shirse Namaha Om Hum Shika Namaha Om Him Kavacha Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha Sankalpa Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararte Shri Svetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvadamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Pradame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe वरदखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये सुभकृतनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे कृष्णपक्षे अष्टम्यां शुभदितौ मंगलवासरयुक्तायां पुष्या नक्षत्र सिद्धियोज योग कौलवकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समितिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहारध्वधोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कत्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काममोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये। ओम अप उपस्पृश्य कंठानादम ओम आगमार्तन्तु देवानां गमनार्तन्तु राक्षसां घंटानादं करोम यादो देवता आह्वानलांछनं घण्टादेवताभ्यो नमः। मानस पूजा। ॐ हृत्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं चरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेन अमृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेच्छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यम् इन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेकलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेत् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमधं तथा अमोहगम् अदम्बं च अद्वेष अक्षोभगौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्। उपचार पूजा। आसनम् ॐ सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। स्वागतम्। ॐ शान्तत्वात् सर्वकर्तृत्वभावोपरतिकारणात् शिवोक्तो महातन्त्रमन्त्रविद्भिः सदा शिवः तस्मै शिवाय गुरवे वीतरागकलाय वै अमेयत्वात्तनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवा स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो। अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्। ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। पाद्यम् ॐ यद्भक्तिलेशसम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसम्प्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत्। ॐ ह्रीं एतत् पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। अर्घ्यः ॐ दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं गृहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा। आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वधा मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णशुद्धात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वधा गन्धतैलम् ॐ स्नेहं ग्रहाण स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि स्नानीयम् ॐ इदं सुशीतलं वारि स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्नानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि वस्त्रम् ॐ मायाचित्रपटाचन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयायते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि गन्धः ॐ शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एषद्गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यताम् इदमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय वौषटे बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय वौषट् धूप तुलसीपत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा ॐ ह्रीमिदं सचन्दनतुलसीपत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः धूपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः वनस्पतिरसो दिव्यो गन्धाद्य सुमनोहरः आग्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः सवाक्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या गृहाण परमेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकरणनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं गृहाण जलमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा gratitude and restful awareness in your Anandagandha.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
सहितं नमामि। आरार्तिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। पुष्पाञ्जलिः। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अनेक जन्म संप्राप्त कर्म बंध विदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदान्येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। मन्नाथ श्री जगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्री जगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ओम नित्यानंदं
स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा। ओम जय नित्यानंदा। स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा। लोकनाथ श्री आकाशो भगवान स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा सर्वधर्मप्रणेतारं नित्या धर्मग्लानिविनाशकं स्वामी धर्मग्लानिविनाशकं साधुमित्र शिव नित्यानन्दं साधुमित्र शिव नित्यानन्दं शान्तं नमाम्यहम् स्वामी जय जय नित्यानन्दम् ओम जय नित्यानन्दा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानन्दा लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारण चिकीर्षया स्वामी ओम जय Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. Om Jai Nithyananda. Swami Jai Jai Nithyananda. Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan. Kali Kalmashamagnaanam Nitya Uttarana Chikishaya. Swami Om Jai Nithyananda. सर्वदेवी स्वरूपाय नित्या सर्वदेव स्वरूपिणे नित्य सर्वदेव स्वरूपिणे विरक्ति भक्ति नैर्मल्य नित्या विरक्ति भक्ति नैर्मल्य नित्या भूति मंगलकारिणे स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा. ओम जय नित्यानंदा. स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा. लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलि कल्मषमग्नानां नित्य उत्तारण चिकीर्षया. स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा. ओम जय नित्यानंदा. स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा. लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलि कल्मषमग्नानां नित्य उत्तारण चिकीर्षया. स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा. ओम जय नित्यानंदा. स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा. लोकनाथ स्थित काशो भगवान कलि कल्मषमग्नानां नित्य उत्तारण चिकीर्षया. स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा.
जय परमहंस श्री श्री नित्यानंद स्वामी की जय.
Humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care, all the fundamental basic needs for all 8 billion people. One side the homes foreclosure and the homes are just locked without people. The other side millions are in the platforms homeless. One side tons of food is getting wasted and getting destroyed to maintain the price. The other side millions dying without food. Millions of clothes used only once is dumped into ocean because people don't know what to do with it. I have decided KAILASA is going to pick up a project. I call that project as Ishane, collecting these things which is getting dumped and wasted, which is in turn becoming hazard for the nature, and distributing it to the place and countries, people for whom it's a great boon. In this Chaturmasya alone, we will be able to bring 1 crore people out of poverty. humanity has reached a level, we have evolved enough technology to provide food, clothes, shelter, medical care.
लोकनाथ स्थितकाशो भगवान् कलिकल्मषमग्नानां नित्या उद्धारणचिकीर्षया स्वामी ॐ जय नित्यानन्द
Nityananda, welcome back. Just until now, we were looking at the lifestyle of KAILASA, starting with morning yoga. We went through the original yoga as revealed by Paramashiva almost 10,000 years ago, followed by we went to the Guru Puja. We revisited the context of Puja, why Puja, as revealed by Paramashiva in the Guru Gita. We went through the Guru Puja. Now, moving forward, we'll be looking at the history of humanity, the history of Hinduism, the oldest living civilization, most peaceful, most contributing, yet the most persecuted civilization. We'll be looking at the history of KAILASA, the only Hindu nation, the history of Hinduism, the longest living, most peaceful civilization. Why it is important to look back and just see our human history. Our mind is societal, but body is natural. This has been revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, our beloved Guru. The mind, which is societal, is a culmination of the societal patterns which have gathered over several years, passed generation by generation, lived as an ecosystem. Many of our current problems and societal mental patterns are summation of our historical experiences, of our ancestors. Some of our patterns are result of a transgenerational trauma we went through as a civilization. By understanding our history, we Hindus can better understand our contemporary civilizational problems and heal our transgenerational trauma patterns, giving our entire civilization a breakthrough. Looking at the past, Hindus were known for creating some of the biggest temples in the world. The Angkor Wat, for example, is the largest stone structure in the entire world. Unlike the pyramids and other great monuments created by civilizations which are no more on planet Earth, Angkor Wat and temples like Angkor Wat were made by devotion, not by bonded labor or slaves, but as a devotional offering to Lord Paramashiva. And it is clear, it is evident. For example, when we look at the walls of the temple of the Angkor Wat, we see almost 1,000 meter or 1 kilometer long wall carved with intricate carvings telling the story, narrating the story of journey of the Milky Ocean, a very ancient story from our Puranas. Such detailed carving and such involvement telling the story. These carvings are actually skin carved, not just by chisels. They are carved in very minute detail, in a very artistic way, in a very spiritual way, revealing the small intricate details. A person who is driven by fear or greed or just wants to finish his work would not have the inspiration to go into the details. Every pillar, every inch of every wall of our Hindu temples are carved with so minute intricate details, shows the involvement with which the entire civilization created these temples. If we look at some of the carvings, for example, as projected in the pictures, we see a Vigraha where the hand of the deity has such intricate carvings. This is a carving of a Rudra Kanya who were celibate brahmacharinis, nuns who would dedicate their life to the Lord and administer the temples, who would offer dance as a service, as a devotional offering to the Lord, who would lead the society and guide the temple, administer the temple. We see the hand of a Rudrakanya carved with such minute details, with the veins, the blood vessels carved on stone. Such intricate details. Why was such detailed carved? Why our people were so deeply involved and interested in life? The details are completely unimaginable. We see a cloth being carved from stone and the two fingers of the hand holding that cloth from the inside. How was it carved? Such details. Yet it is not just the details. If you look at the mega structures, for example, the KAILASA temple carved on the Ellora caves, carved on the Ellora mountains, a monolithic rock carved from top to bottom, completely removing over 1,000 tons of stones and converting it into a temple. A large mountain completely chiseled from top to bottom, rock by rock, hammering and coming down all the way from top to bottom, converting the entire mountain into a temple, pouring so much light, consciousness, energy into a stone, breathing life into it. For what? For worshipping, for celebrating life, for things which we cannot even fathom today, for a civilization which thinks game, sports is the biggest. They might build the biggest stadium. For a civilization which thinks money is the biggest, they might build the biggest stock markets, stock exchanges. For the civilization which feels that greed is the biggest, they might have some $1 billion worth of gambling industry. For a civilization where people are exploited in a wrong way through medicine, we might have a big pharmaceutical based economy, or a civilization which is driven by a war industry. But what we see in the Hindu history, an entire civilization dedicated to worshipping God, to breathing life into what we see as a stone and worshipping the stone as God, connecting to God through deities, through stones. What others see as stone, we see as a window to a God, window to divine, to experience our true nature. Throughout the world, not just in the South Asian subcontinent, throughout the world, Hindus went around, settled, and made magnificent temples, settled peacefully without waging any war or doing any crimes against humanity, violating rights of people around the world. Our connection to the various parts of the world is quite apparent. For example, in the Konark temple, we see a giraffe carved on stone. Indeed, the history of Hindus, the Hindu history is carved in stone. African giraffe is a indigenous animal to Africa with no existence as of now in the Asian subcontinent of India, Indian subcontinent and South Asian subcontinent. The very fact that the giraffe was carved in stone shows how we had connection with African continent going way back in history, many thousands of years ago. Throughout the world, Hindus settled and created large temples. We see in our history, we see archaeological evidences of Hindu deities being discovered around the world in places such as Afghanistan, in places, far off places such as Iran, Pakistan, of course, the India, the country of India, in Bangladesh. We also see Hindu temples in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, Bali, Malaysia, all the way till the tip of Australia. But many of us forget how Hindu temples or temples very much like Hindu temples who have very deep connection with Hinduism are found in North America and South America. As per Puranas, sage Kapila, traditionally regarded as the founder of Sankhya school of Hindu philosophy, came to present-day California and founded the present indigenous civilization present there. There are several evidences, archaeological and DNA evidences showing the original indigenous people who were found to be in North America and South America have their origin in Asia, in South Asia and Southeast Asia. Bodhisena, a Tamil monk, a Tamil Buddhist monk, traveled all the way from Tamil Nadu, from the Tamil region of India, all the way to Japan and established the Kengong school, the Japanese transmission of Huang school of Chinese Buddhism. Just like Bodhisena traveled all the way to Japan from India, our history reveals several Hindu monks like Bodhisena traveled all the way from the Indian subcontinent to North America and South America and established the Hindu civilization which continues today, although after a lot of persecution, the civilization, indigenous civilization in North America and South America is very much gone. The history is still carved in stone which cannot be erased. The Mesoamerican Mayan Civilization has a deep connection with Hinduism. A British statesman has written, archaeologists and people who have gone and researched over these temples have shared their findings. For example, a British statesman wrote, a great temple, the great temple of Borobudur, which is in Java, a Mahayana Buddhist temple, can be readily mistaken for a Central American temple. So we are talking about two temples and we see the pictures of these two temples, one in Java in Southeast Asia and another in Central America. Both these temples look very much alike. An American archaeologist, E.G. Square, examined these temples and he wrote in 1851, it is believed a proper examination of these monuments would disclose the fact that in their interior structure as well as in their exterior form and obvious purposes of these buildings correspond with great exactness to those in Hindustan and Indian archipelago. Our temples have carved our history and recorded our history on stone. Many archaeologists have gone and studied the geometry of these temples, the ratios of the walls of the temples, the ratios of the different structures of the temple. They exactly match each other. This cannot be a mere coincidence. These formulas are described in detail in the Kamika Agama and Shilpa Shastras of Hinduism. They reveal in very detail how various sections of the temple should be carved. Even the names such as Chitambaram, the names and how the colloquial Mesoamerican parallel of the word is found in these ancient temples, they are matching. The words are matching. Shows the very purpose of these monuments is definitely and obviously the same, and also the origin of these temples have a very common origin. The Aztec civilization of America, for example, has a very deep connection with Hinduism. American archaeologist Ephraim George Square While comparing indigenous Aztec civilization and Hinduism, wrote, "Indeed, we have seen that the Hindu triad, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, has very nearly its counterpart in Tezcatlipoca, Tlaloc, and celestial Huitzilopochtli, the creator, preserver, and destroyer and reproducer. We see the deities of Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, Lord Paramashivam, and below these pictures we see the equivalent deities of Aztec civilization. The history of humanity is long, but when we talk about advanced human civilization, one which built empires, monuments, new languages, could read and write, could make weapons, perform worship, demonstrate higher skills, the modern scientific community identifies 10 main civilizations, such as the ancient Egyptian civilization. The Egyptian civilization is known for its vast stone structures, pyramids, sphinx. It existed for more than 3000 years, from 3150 BCE up until 332 BCE. However, today this civilization is dead. What we see today is only relics and museum pieces. Similarly, the Mesopotamian civilization, which existed for even a longer time, almost 6000 years, from 6500 BCE. But even this civilization is now dead. The Jiahu civilization, which also existed for almost 2000 years, from 7000 BCE. This is perhaps the earliest example of Chinese writing in the excavations it has been revealed. However, this civilization is also dead. The Mayan civilization, as we just saw, which has a deep connection with the Hindu indigenous civilization, with the civilization of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which existed from 1200 BCE to 250 BCE. There is still, though it existed for so long, even this civilization ceases to exist in its original form anymore. The Greek and Roman civilization, which existed from 2700 BCE to 465 CE, even this civilization is gone. What we see left from this civilization are the relics and the continuation of some of the lifestyle aspects of the Greek and Roman civilization. But one civilization from these 10 civilizations identified by scientists, archaeologists, and historians worldwide is the Hindu civilization, an unbroken continuum of more than 12,000 years. Right from the last Holocene era, almost 10,000 years ago, when the glaciers were melting and there was massive flood around the world, as the temperatures were increasing around the world, Manu, the first man as per Hindu history, rescued the civilization there on a boat and continued the Hindu civilization. Manu is known for giving the first law to Hinduism. Starting from this era's Manu, going forward in time to the era of Lord Rama, Lord Krishna, Gautam Buddha, moving on in time, today we are here. However, we do have the confidence as Hindus that Hinduism is Sanatana, eternal. We have existed for more than 10,000 years. Surely we can continue to exist for another 10,000 years happily, enriching the world and practicing our religion peacefully and blissfully, attaining enlightenment. Yes, Sanatana Dharma is eternal. However, it can be wiped from the geography. At the end of Mahabharata, around 3200 BCE, 56 Hindu kingdoms existed in the continent of South Asia, in the subcontinent of South Asia, extending from all the way to a small village in Iran called Parshu, which still exists today. and finds its mention also in Rig Veda. The kingdom of Parshu is mentioned in Rig Veda, and even today, a village in Iran is named Parshu, which is a continuation of the same civilization. From Parshu in the far west, all the way till the tip of Australia in the southeast, far southeast corner. From Kazakhstan, top in the north, all the way till the end of Sri Lanka in the south. 56 Hindu nations span over 6 million kilometers squares of landmass in Asia. These 56 Hindu nations contributed massively to the human civilization. Almost every advancement that the human civilization cherishes and benefits from has its origin in these 56 Hindu nations. However, as of 2007 and thereafter, 0 Hindu nations exist on planet Earth. The total area of Hindu nations is 0 kilometers square. In 2007, the last Hindu nation, Nepal, ceased to exist as a Hindu nation. Today, there is no other Hindu nation other than KAILASA on planet Earth. Yes, Sanatana Dharma is eternal, but it can be wiped off the geography. Let us look at the history, how one by one these 56 Hindu nations were wiped off geographically. Around 3162 BCE, Gandhari, the queen from Gandhara, that is present-day Afghanistan, played a major role in the war of Mahabharata. The kingdom of Gandhara was a Mahajanapada, a great republic. In the picture in front of us, we see a broken deity of Lord Ganesha from 500 CE. Very recently, hardly 1500 years ago, we see Hindu deities in Afghanistan. Today, the population of Hindu in Afghanistan is less than 0.03%. Even as near past as 285 BC, the Mauryan Empire existed. It influenced all the way till Gandhara. Afghanistan, the present-day Afghanistan or Gandhara, was a Hindu nation. Today, there are no Hindus in Afghanistan. Similarly, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka finds its mention in the famous Puranic epic, the story of Bhagwan Rama. Around 5650 BCE, Bhagwan Rama makes a bridge to Lanka to rescue Devi Sita, Sita Mata. In the year 271 BCE, Lanka became part of the Mauryan Empire. Similarly, much earlier, around 1041 BCE, Lanka was part of the Chola Empire. Once upon a time, a Hindu nation. By 2012, the Hindu population in Lanka, Sri Lanka, reduced to 12.6%. Very recently, until 1971, the Hindu population in Lanka, Sri Lanka was around 25%. It almost became half by the year 2012, reducing to 12%. Today, in 2022, we don't know how many Hindus are left in Lanka, in Sri Lanka. How is the Hindu civilization of Sri Lanka, the religion, the tradition, the lifestyle continue? Similarly, when we go to Southeast Asia, to Bali, which was a part of Sri Vijaya Empire, Sri Vijaya Empire, which was a Hindu nation, very recently, 1000 CE, only 1000 years ago, very recently, in 1571, around less than 430 years ago, due to Dutch, English, Portuguese, and various invasions, these Hindu kingdoms collapsed. Today, the Hindu population in Indonesia is less than 2%. But once all these nations had majority Hindu population and a Hindu civilization. Similarly is the story of Malaysia, which was also a part of the Srivijaya Empire. Nepal, part of the Kosala Empire once upon a time, is also no more a Hindu nation. Now looking at Pakistan, once a part of Kushan Empire in 1387 BCE and part of the Mauryan Empire in 285 BCE, having a substantial Hindu population till 1951, almost 12%, almost 13%. By the year 1998, the Hindu population reduced to less than 2%. Today, in 2022, we do not know the size of Hindu population in Pakistan. Hindus have faced heavy persecution in Asia, forced conversion, and kidnap of minor children, minor girls is still rampant. Around 20 to 25 Hindu girls are abducted every month and forcibly converted from Hinduism and married. This is what is happening around the world, around Asia, one by one, throughout the past 2000 years, especially, one by one and one Hindu nation collapsed, and the geography of Hindu nations reduced to 0 kilometers square, where we are standing right now. By the year 1990, for example, 95% of all Hindu temples in Pakistan had been converted into structures other than meant for worship, as per Hinduism. Similar is the story of Bangladesh. Around 1951, around 22% of the population was Hindu. By the year 2011, less than 9% of population in Bangladesh was Hindu. By the year 2022, we do not know how many Hindus are left in Bangladesh. What is the population of Hindus in Bangladesh? Bangladesh, the present day Bangladesh, was part of Magad and Kashi around 650 BCE. Around 1049 BCE, it was a part of Pala Empire. Today, Hindus face massive persecution around this region. For example, in 1971, Hindu genocide of Bangladesh, which began on 26 March 1971, around 3 million people were killed, 30 lakh people were killed, and around 350,000 women went through genocidal rape, where they were declared as public property and violated. 10 million Hindus fled the country. 30 million became internally displaced. Hindu population, which was around 22% in 1951, reduced to less than 9% by the year 2011. The persecution of Hindus went on. For example, on 20th January 1990, there was a great, massive, cruel genocide of Kashmiri Hindus, which resulted in their exodus. Before the exodus, around 160,000 Hindus lived in Kashmir. After the exodus, less than 4,000 Hindus were left in Kashmir. Similarly, we see a decline of Hindu population around the world, the shrinking of the geography of Hinduism around the world. There are almost 30 countries in the world which declare themselves as Christian, which means their constitution, the constitution of these 30 countries, officially declares the religion of Christianity as their official state religion. Similarly, some 40 countries around the world declare Islam as the official state religion. 2 countries, Bhutan and Cambodia, declare Buddhism as their state religion. However, we need to ask ourselves, Why there is no country on planet Earth which declares Hinduism as its state religion. Why there is no country in the world which takes responsibility of protecting Hinduism from persecution and preserving it from becoming extinct in its true nature. Why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, had to create KAILASA, the only Hindu nation. We need to ask ourselves why we need a Hindu nation. Why there is no country for Hindus. Anywhere around the world, whenever other religions are persecuted in any corner of the world, leaders of several countries stand together to protect their persecuted religious community around the world. However, there is no such voice for Hindus in the world. We see a news clip, for example, in front of us. We see how other religious leaders are unapologetic in standing up for individuals and communities of their religion when they are persecuted, no matter in which part of the world they reside. However, for Hindus, there is no such voice in the world. It should not be a surprise that when Hindus are persecuted, they are unable to get justice, even in the country where they seem to be a majority. For other major religions of the world and other minor religions of the world, there are countries and governments who protect their interests, human rights, and act if they are persecuted. However, who will protect Hinduism? Hinduism, in its authentic, undiluted, unadulterated form, needs to be protected and preserved. If we all Hindus don't come together and protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, it will get extinct and become a part of museum like other ancient great civilizations. Looking at the history again, we know of great civilizations such as the Greek and Roman civilizations which ruled a massive part of the world. We see the Mayan Civilization, a very advanced civilization. We see the Mesopotamian Civilization, which ruled for an extremely long duration, almost 6,000 years. We see the ancient, powerful Egyptian civilization, which ruled almost for 3,000 years, made massive structures, pyramids, and sphinx. However, all these are just part of museum today. If the Hindu civilization should be preserved and protected, that it doesn't become just part of a museum and survives in a westernized, modernized, adulterated way, we need to protect Hinduism. We need to protect Hinduism in its original form. Now the question is, who will protect Hinduism? When there is no country for Hindus, who will protect Hinduism? When there is no state which declares Hinduism as its official state religion, who will protect Hinduism? This explains the reason and purpose of KAILASA, the only Hindu nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhana, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Before the year 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as a 1008th incarnation of Lord Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. In the year 1981, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Bala Sannyas and performed his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In the year 1988, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the future Gomukhasana or pontiff of the Thondai Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university. Right from his very birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his work literally at a mere age of 3. From the mere age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his work of reviving KAILASA, the only Hindu nation, the Hindu civilizational nation, to protect Hinduism in the current era. In the year 1988, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as a young child of merely 10 years of age, was coronated as the future Gomukhasana or pontiff of Thondai Mandala Adinam, which is the oldest monastic university. Thondai Mandala Adinam has a very ancient history, going all the way to the time when Devi Paramashivoham came down and incarnated and performed tapas, and she went below a mango tree where we find a temple present even today. The history of Thondai Mandala Adinam starts almost around 6000 BCE if we look at the dates mentioned in our Hindu Puranas in Skanda Purana and use astronomical calculations to calculate the dates as given in the Shastras, studying the constellations, the nakshatras, tithi, and other details described. In the year 1994, on 24th May, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated and declared as the successor of Arunachala Sarvangapitham by Guru Parampara. Arunachala Sarvangapitham has a long history. Originally, Lord Paramashiva gave darshan to Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu as a light shaft revealing his true nature. That is where we see Arunachala today. Arunachala has a long history. Devi Paramashivoham came down to perform tapas in Arunachala to experience enlightenment. It is the very same place where our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sat on the very rock where Devi Paramashivoham sat and did tapas. Our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sat on the very same rock and experienced enlightenment, third eye awakening, and 360-degree vision. Our history is recorded way back in time in Shastras and in the geography where we live. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuing the tradition, right, which was started from the time of Devi Paramashivoham, where she settled down around Arunachala in a small kutir and performed tapas, offering services such as Annadan to guests and performing penance. The same tradition even continues today around Arunachala Sarvangapitham, where mass Annadan is still offered by KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai. In the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. In the same year, in 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as a successor of Kashi Sarvangapitham. On 4th November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded Adi KAILASA Sarvangapitham. On 1st January 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sri Pura Sarvangapitham. One by one, geography by geography, tradition by tradition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, across the past 4 decades, almost right from his childhood, from the mere age of 3, took the responsibility of protecting and reviving Hinduism and started reviving one after the other Hindu tradition around the world. In the year 2004, on 31st December, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. the Suryavamsa lineage is extremely ancient, starting even before the era of Lord Rama, around 5500 BC, more than 7,000 years old. Even before that, started almost from Ishwaku, several thousand years ago. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is one of the only surviving emperors of the Suryavamsa lineage who is continuing the Suryavamsa civilization in its pure original form and reviving the Surangi Samrajyam. In the year 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarungapita. In the same year, in 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada and officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada in the year 2013. In the year 2012, on 27th April, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Madurai, Shamla Pitha Sarvanga Pitha, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom. The kingdom of Madurai is extremely ancient. Devi Paramashiva Shakti, incarnated as Devi Meenakshi, ruled over Madurai, along with Lord Sundareshwara. Epics reveal that during Mahabharata, around 5,000 years ago, the father of Devi Meenakshi also participated in the Mahabharata war. It reveals how ancient the civilization is. From the era of Devi Meenakshi, and even before that, the Madurai Shamla Pitha Sarvanga Pitham existed. And from there on, till today, there have been 292 pontiffs of Madurai Shamla Pitha Sarvanga Pitham. Our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the present Guru Mahasanidhanam, or the 293rd Guru Mahasanidhanam, or Supreme Pontiff of Madurai Shamla Pitha Pitham, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom in the world. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as a Mahamandaleshwar, Supreme Spiritual Head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the youngest Mahamandaleshwar during his coronation. Mahanirvani Akhada has its origin from the time of Kapila, also known as Sankhya-mukhi. Kapila gave the philosophy of Sankhya, which even Lord Krishna mentions in Gita that he himself follows the Sankhya. Even Lord Gautam Buddha, Bhagwan Buddha, was a follower of the Sankhya philosophy. Much of the Buddhist tradition has its origin in the Sankhya philosophy. Kapila is also known as Sankhya Muni. In fact, Gautam Buddha, as a Hindu monk, had got initiated in Mahanirvani Akhada, and therefore, even today, Buddhism is honored and respected and given the seat as a Mahari of Mahanirvani Akhada. This is our ancient long history. Continuing the same tradition of Mahanirvani Akhada, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as a Mahamandaleshwar, or Supreme Spiritual Head of Mahanirvani Akhada, in the year 2013. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, or the Supreme Guru of Atal Akhada, which is the oldest monastic order in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated by the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of then the incumbent spiritual head of that time, the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukadevananda Ji. Atal Akhada, just like the various Hindu kingdoms and ancient monastic orders and lineages which we are going through one by one, has a very long history. The headquarters of Atal Akhada was once upon Multan. Multan, the present day Multan, which is today in present day Pakistan, was once the headquarters of Atal Akhada. When we look back in history and study the 56 Hindu nations, it is quite surprising. What we find is that the present day Pakistan was actually at the center of the Hindu civilization. If we geographically divide the entire landmass equally, the present day Pakistan was right at the center of the Hindu civilization, which existed around 3300 BCE. However, as one by one, various landmasses was lost from Hinduism. Today, Pakistan, which is no more a Hindu nation, and Hindu population in Pakistan is less than 2%, is to the far west of the present day Hindu population, Hindu civilization. So what was once at the center of Hindu civilization is now towards the west of Hindu civilization. It shows how literally more than half of our body has been cut and we are still not realizing. Our connection with various parts of our geography is quite apparent. Even today, the soil of Multan is considered important and sacred. The soil of Multan, known as Multani Matti, is used for various herbal purposes, for various healing purposes, and also used in several pujas. In several homas, the soil of Multan, the Multani Matti, is used. It shows that though we have been uprooted from our geography, our feeling connection to our history, the great happenings of great incarnations of Lord Paramashiva and gods, an incarnation of Hinduism which happened on planet Earth, their Leelas, we still celebrate. Atal Akhada once existed in the present day Multan, in the present day Pakistan. That was the headquarters of Atal Akhada, and as historians, Chinese travelers such as Yunzong reveal that there used to be magnets which would levitate big stones that existed in the city of Multan, where Atal Akhada was headquartered. These are noted by travelers, independent people from different parts of the world, all telling the same story of the advanced, peaceful, contributing, enlightened civilization that Hindus existed around the world. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada and continued to revive this ancient tradition which was lost several thousands of years ago. In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Tanjore Adinam. Similarly, in 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam. In the same year, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam and as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Panchanidikulam Adinam. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. In the same year, in 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasanidhanam of Adi Pitha Koladam Mutt. In the year 2015, our beloved Guru was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders and pontiffs. This was a brief introduction to the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, right from the mere age of 3, when Kanchi Paramacharya gave Our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as a young boy wearing kavi, holding a danda, a walking stick, which was given to him by Kanchi Paramacharya, the Shankaracharya, took Bala Sannyas at the mere age of 3, took initiation as a child monk at the mere age of 3, and performed his first pilgrimage, the Chaturmasya, at the age of 3, literally sitting on the lap of his Guru, who performed the Chaturmasya on his behalf. Right from the age of 3 in the year 1981 till the year 2015, step by step, making various efforts, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been reviving several of these 56 Hindu nations and Hindu civilizations which have been wiped off the geography of planet Earth. In a cult, all these more than 1,000 Hindu leaders, pontiffs, heads of various monasteries who are continuing their ancient lineages from different Hindu papal states that once existed, continuing the traditions as emperors, royal lineages of various ancient Hindu kingdoms. One by one, recognize that Lord Paramashiva has incarnated as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and officially gathered together and declared him as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the year 2015. Over the past 28 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through KAILASA, has offered various services to humanity. Let us look at some of the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through KAILASA. 28 years of relentless humanitarian services, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The following pictures show a small glimpse of the magnanimous efforts and contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism throughout 28 years of relentless hard work. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored more than 300 books and written more than 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies, books and articles have been sold, read and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures and over 20 million digital books. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world. He is read and watched by over 1 billion followers in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered over 10,000 hours of discourses which have gathered over 1 billion views on social media. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as leader of Hinduism. He is the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of over 1,000 KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvangapitham. So we just saw a brief introduction of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and a brief mention of various global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through KAILASA. We just saw how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived several how he has we'll be looking at KAILASA's Ishane project to have a look into the global contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and KAILASA are working towards achieving by establishing KAILASAs around the world. Actual truth is, humanity as a modern society has already reached a state of technology and infrastructure to provide food, clothing, and medical care for all 8 billion people calling planet Earth home. Unfortunately, our decision makers have not reached the necessary conscious level to make the humanitarian decisions of providing basic needs for all 8 billion people. The survival needs for all 8 billion people doesn't depend on availability of housing and food, but rather on the conscious level of decision makers. It is only consciousness we lack, nothing else. Today, the world is going through several paradoxical problems. For example, if we look at food wastage, one side, humanity is dumping tons of food to the waste in the oceans and landfills in order to maintain steady prices. On the other side, millions of people are dying of hunger. Another paradoxical situation, the medical equipment wastage. One side, humanity is dumping functioning medical equipment for new models. Other side, millions are dying without access to very basic medical equipment. Similarly is the story of clothing wastage. One side, humanity is dumping millions of tons of barely worn clothes into the ocean. The other side, millions of children are struggling for basic clothing. One side, we are facing home foreclosures and empty locked homes. On the other side, there are millions facing homelessness. Now looking at these problems one by one, starting with food wastage. Around 1/3 of the global food production is getting wasted every year on one side. On the other side, 35 million are dying because of food poverty. Around 1.3 billion tons or 1/3 of the global food production gets lost annually. 1.3 billion ton gets lost or wasted every year. Food losses and waste amount to roughly $680 billion in industrialized countries and $310 billion in developing countries. Even if just 1/4 of the food currently lost or wasted globally could be saved, it would be enough to feed 870 million hungry people in the world. In the year 2021, 155 million people in 55 countries or regions faced food crisis. Adding the number, it has now increased to 265 million due to COVID-19 epidemic. Clearly, if even 1/16 of the total food which is getting lost or wasted is saved, it would be enough to feed this 265 million people who are dying due to hunger and facing food crisis. 35 million people are dying from hunger worldwide. A child dies from hunger every 10 seconds. Poor diets are linked to 20% of all deaths worldwide. Looking at the paradoxes of medical equipment wastage, around 5.25 billion US dollars worth of medical waste. It is projected by the year 2027, US medical waste will attain 5.25 billion US dollars. Among regulated and unregulated clinical waste, around 80 to 85% can be reused. Unused supplies in medical facilities are often discarded unnecessarily rather than stored for later use, adding even more unnecessary garbage being carted away to landfills. Reprocessing industry, saving 15 million pounds of medical waste from landfills and reducing costs to hospitals and surgical centers by over 544 million US dollars. The world's poorest countries are paying some of the highest drug prices, with everyday medicines costing up to 30 times more than in rich nations. Half the world lacks access to essential health services. 100 million people still pushed into extreme poverty because of health expenses. Now looking at clothing wastage. 100 billion garments are produced each year, with almost one third, 33% going to landfill. Every year, 59,000 tons of used and unsold clothing end up in Chile from all over the world. Every 10 minutes, an estimated 6,000 kilos of clothing and textile are dumped in landfills. 1 in 8 children without basic clothes. 1 billion children worldwide are multidimensionally poor without access to basic accessories. 22,000 children die each day due to inhygiene around the world. Now looking at vacant homes and shelters. The world has millions of vacant homes. 42 million of its 426 million homes are vacant. Roughly 1 in 10 homes in advanced economies are empty. Japan has topped the list of the nations with the highest percentage of vacant homes, with 13.6% of its dwellings not lived in. 1.3 million are in Canada. 27% increase in homelessness is likely due to the economic impacts of COVID-19. More than one third of all people facing homelessness services are women and children. For the last 5 years, core homelessness has been rising year on year worldwide. Homeless people are over 9 times more likely to take their own life than the general population. 78% of homeless people report having a physical health condition, 44% of them having mental health diagnosis, and 41% use drugs and alcohol to cope with mental health issues. KAILASA's aim is to raise the consciousness level in the world and bring to the fore the real issues facing the world, and through the specialized process of recycling, facilitating the movement of good quality, unwanted items from the haves to the haves not. This Chaturmasya, 4 months from July to October 2022 alone, 10 million people, 1 crore people should practice Samadhi to raise their consciousness. And 1 crore people, 10 million people should be pulled out of poverty. This is the vision of the Supreme Quantum of Hinduism and KAILASA's aim. There are several benefits. For donors, it is a great boon to provide to those in need. For the world, recycling removes a lot of hazardous material from nature, adding to a cleaner environment. For those in need, millions of people around the world will be alive and raised out of poverty, hunger, and inadequate health practices due to lack of medical facilities. It is a win-win-win situation. Over the last 27 years, Sri KAILASA has built a network of legal entities in 140 countries around the world, holding charity status in 118 of these countries. In many countries, Sri KAILASA's entities are registered distributors as well, meaning we can manage the entire process end to end. We'll make full use of this network to collect clothing, medical equipment, and food material from the developed nations, transport them and distribute to countries and regions in need, with all transportation and distribution expenses sponsored by Sri KAILASA. So as we had been going through during the brief overview of the biography of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we saw how across the years the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived several Hindu civilizational nations around the South Asian subcontinent, and in a similar way how he established several Sarvangapithas, centers, temples around the world, building a massive network over 140 countries where we have a charity status in 118 of these countries, working relentlessly for the last 27 years to solve the problems of humanity, as we just saw. Our process involves collection of clothing, medical equipment, and foodstuff from various countries around the world, followed by a quality control and processing of received goods, and finally distribution of good quality clothing, medical equipment, and food to the countries in need. Now let us look at some of the recent impact of the Ishane project. In Madurai, India, almost 26,800 servings of food were offered to homeless and hungry. In Jayatinagar, Kilinochi, Sri Lanka, 2,000 meals served at the Mahadeva Swamical Children's Home. In Kotagala region, Sri Lanka, 2,500 articles of clothing donated and distributed. In Hyderabad region, India, weekly Annadan feeding hundreds of poor villagers from around the region. In Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu, India, non-stop day and night Annadan and healing sessions for hundreds and thousands of pilgrims circumambulating the sacred Arunachala. With this, we come to the end of this brief introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. A very important announcement. Paramashivoham level 3 which started from 6th October and will be going on until 26th October. After 3 years, the most awaited program with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham manifests the deeper experiences of 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, power manifestation. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. With this, we come to the end of today's Satsang, pre-Satsang, which was a recap introducing the lifestyle of KAILASA, which had yoga, puja, followed by a brief revisiting the history of humanity, the Hindu history, where we are and how we came to where we are, followed by the need of KAILASA, the only Hindu nation, and the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is dedicated to revive KAILASA, the only Hindu nation, the Hindu civilizational nation. Now moving on to the presidential address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the next segment, let us now prepare ourselves to receive our beloved Guru in the upcoming Alive Satsang. So let us all please sit straight with our hands together in front of our heart in Namaskara Mudra and invoke the presence of our Guru by chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the upcoming Alive Satsang. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessing. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Will persistence is the only qualification you need for Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Listen. Will persistence. Understand? I was just sitting and meditating. Why some people get only Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Why some people get Navakanda Yoga Samadhi? Because Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is higher than what you understand as Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, Nirvikalpa Samadhi is highest Samadhi your consciousness can achieve. That is enough for enlightenment and to reach Mahakailasa, everything. But Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is something like that. Nirvikalpa Samadhi filling your whole body, even physical body. And the physical body entering into the consciousness of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and raising to the Mahakailasa's frequency with the body. So naturally, I should say that Navaganda Yoga Samadhi is like a going more than Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Listen, many people achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi and be satisfied with it. That is like tamarind fruit. The inside the fruit is ripe and it naturally gets detached from the shell. So after that, what happens to shell does not touch you. What happens to the shell does not touch the fruit. Same way, once your consciousness is ripe, what happens to the body does not touch you. Many people come and tell me why great beings like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna, Ram Surat Kumar all had cancer. Listen, they did not have cancer. They did not leave the body due to cancer. After they left the body, cancer took it. They decided to leave the body. So something has to happen to the physical body to go back to the earth. So cancer took it back to earth. So be very clear. Listen. You need to elaborately understand this Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is your consciousness ripening. Navaganda Samadhi is even your body, along with your consciousness, raising to the higher worlds, higher time zones, higher energy fields. People who mastered Navaganda Samadhi only go to the higher worlds and bring the great gifts from the higher worlds and share it with us all, with the human level. So Navaganda Samadhi is something furthering of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, yesterday I was sitting in Samadhi, wanted answer for this question to share with you all. Why some people achieve only Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Why some go up to Navaganda Yoga Samadhi? What is the ingredient, unique, real principal ingredient for the alchemy of Navaganda Yoga Samadhi? Understand? Unique principle, primordial, or I should say that true, right, source reason for someone to travel to Navaganda Samadhi. How Paramashiva decides to give Navaganda Samadhi to some people? Why he gives Navaganda Samadhi to some people? I saw clearly, the Paramashiva revealed the reason clearly. It is sheer will persistence. You may ask, oh, after Nirvikalpa Samadhi, naturally your will dissolves. Then how can you have a will persistence? Listen, will dissolves into Paramashiva's will does not mean your will disappears. Fish may be inside the ocean, but it gets the right to swim on the top or the bottom. It can go to the depth of the ocean or it can just swim on the shallow waters. The freedom exists even in Navaganda, in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This may be new information for you, but that's the truth. Decision who moves towards Navaganda Samadhi is basically done by Paramashiva based on the will persistence of the individual. Listen carefully. For any normal human being, Nirvikalpa Samadhi itself is enough. But if you want to be a teacher, guru, an incarnation, to bring great things from vertical time zone, higher worlds, and share it with the world, then you need Navakanta Samadhi. Then naturally you need Navakanta Samadhi. So understand, you may ask why masters like Vadalur Vallalar, Ramalinga Swami took the body. He just used the Navakanta Samadhi and made the Divya Sarira and left. He just took the body and left to the higher worlds, Kailasa. But masters like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna left the body here and went. Please be very clear. Never ever compare these great beings with your pea brain or rat brain, peanut sized brain. No, don't do that mess. Maybe Ramana Maharshi thought leaving his body here in the planet Earth will continue to help millions of seekers. I tell you, just Ramana Maharshi's body alone is such a powerful Jnanagarbha. Such powerful Jnanagarbha. Unimaginable Jnanagarbha. It made millions ripe into enlightenment, including me. If Ramana Maharshi has taken his body, like Vadalur Ramalinga Swami, surely it would have been a great loss. So they have their own reason. Same way Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna, by leaving his body and especially making it burnt, he gave the asti which is installed now in hundreds of places all over the world. So each one of them have their own reason. You understand now the science of Navakanta Samadhi. Fundamental qualification is will persistence. Listen. Shiva, Paramashiva tests only your will persistence. He doesn't see any other qualification. You can't earn these great samadhis by your own qualification. He only sees, if I give, will this guy be able to receive and live it? That's all he sees. He doesn't see any other quality. He tests your devotion. That's all, nothing else. Devotion means will persistence. That's all, nothing else. Somebody is putting the message here that seeing you being a guru and troubled by people all around, she doesn't want to be a guru. K.A.R. Pratibha Suryavansh. She just wants liberation once and for all. What a stupid mentality. If you really feel I am troubled by people, you should see how you can stand with me and solve the issue, keep the planet Earth right ecosystem for more gurus to happen. What a selfish, cheap persons you Hindus have become. You guys are so selfish. You think, let me get liberation somehow. And I don't need to care about keeping the ecosystem for more gurus to happen on the planet Earth. So you plan to lose your next generation. Unless you drop this mind, you will not get even Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is absolute extreme cunning, cunningly strategizing even with Paramashiva. All of you understand. If you really feel I am troubled, you should decide to stand for me to keep the ecosystem of more gurus to come to planet Earth. Even in that situation, if you are thinking so selfishly, forget even about Nirvikalpa Samadhi. What? Navaganda Samadhi. Today, just before my session, some of the devotees were sharing their experience. I think KAILASA was talking. He was telling that he went to India and people were Tamil Nadu and people were telling in Tamil Nadu that Swamiji is gone and he is dead. Immediately he was worried about, oh, who will then teach all these great sciences to human beings? And he was so proudly telling that he was feeling sad and missing me, and he was worried about who will teach all these great science to the world. As if when I am alive, you guys come and stood with me and fought for me. You were doing your life. I am just utility value for you. And even when we heard, as a rumor, somebody telling that Swamiji is gone and he is not there, he did not feel like, let me go to the ashram and see. First, confirm the news. Second, ask whether they need any help. Without Swamiji, how are they going to survive? How is that ecosystem which Swamiji left is going to be alive? He did not bother about all that. But one good thing, I have brought my Shiva Bhuta, Shiva Ganas from Kailasa to make my ecosystem. I am not dependent on you guys. But if you guys were having the right attitude, you will receive more. I'm just looking around and seeing what funny attitude people have. And how casually people utter the word which they really don't mean. Somebody was asking, is Navaganta Samadhi painful? No. Navaganta Samadhi is not painful. But going through the Navaganta Samadhi and bringing so many great things from Mahakailasa and giving it to all these people who are so cheap and selfish is painful. See, why anti-Hindu forces, Hindu Misia forces, why are they attacking me? So that seeing me, nobody else will become a Hindu guru. Nobody else will start practicing or preaching Hinduism. That is exactly this woman is falling for. This one putting the message, who puts the message, oh, seeing you being tortured, I don't want to be guru anymore. Just liberate. This is exactly the trap they were laying, and she is falling for it. I am making it very clear. Only those who are ready to sacrifice anything to keep the ecosystem, Hindu ecosystem alive on the planet Earth, will receive Nirvikalpa Samadhi or any Samadhi, higher enlightenment experience or the great powers of Paramashiva, everything. All selfish gang, you guys will get money. You guys will get only all the low, cheap things, silly things. Have money, have health, maybe little relationship, little good life. Just get lost with that. Don't expect Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Don't expect Navaganta Samadhi. Great things like Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganta Samadhi are all for the spiritual warriors, people who are ready to sacrifice anything for spirituality. My disciples, listen, all my disciples, you will all be ready to sacrifice anything to keep the Hindu ecosystem, Kailasa ecosystem alive on the planet Earth. It is because of my ultimate Tyaga, I am reviving with the grace of Paramashiva, this whole Kailasa ecosystem, for you all to enjoy it, experience it. That is why Paramashiva tests your ability to will persistence. Your will persistence is tested by Paramashiva. Kirti Punekar is messaging, I agree with you, Swamiji, with a deep gratitude. Hold me anyhow. No, holding me is your responsibility. I will only test your will persistence. I'll give everything. Paramashiva has ultimate things, gifts of Kailasa. If you hold on, if you held intensely, if you are continuously holding, but holding me itself is your responsibility. Don't think I will hold you. No. Not only I will not hold you, when you are holding, I will test your capacity to hold me, your capacity to be with me. I will only test it. Be very clear. Navaganda Yoga Samadhi can happen in you just by breathing along with me in same rhythm, same tune. Nothing more is needed. Sit with me, breathe in the same rhythm, same tune, same mode. The vibrations I am creating while I am inhaling and exhaling, it can just penetrate your inhaling and exhaling. Go and sit inside your consciousness and manifest as Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. That's it. Nothing else is needed. You don't need any other qualification other than your will persistence. That is why your will persistence is thoroughly tested. By your own effort, you can't get it. It has to be only given from guru to disciple, guru to disciple. Because I myself got it from my gurus. I did not make it on my own. Human beings can't make it on their own. It is that kind of a highest frequency, wavelength experience. It can only be given from the higher dimensions. Means from guru to disciple, guru to disciple. You can never make it on your own. So the only qualification is will persistence. With will persistence, Let me define will persistence. Will persistence means your decision of wanting to have Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi at any cost. What happens, when you consciously decide to have that kind of a will persistence, your breathing pattern itself changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. Not just your lifestyle externally, even your internal breathing pattern changes for Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. Not just thinking pattern, breathing pattern, your digestion pattern, your fire Agni inside. Everything changes. See, Guru gives Mahavakya only 9 times he utters. If you go to Svetaswara Upanishad and read, all of you Google and read. Tattvamasi Svetageto Tattvamasi, 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 Tattvamasi. Only 9 times he utters totally. The Guru utters the word Tattvamasi only 9 times. Disciple achieved Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Why? Because the disciple had that kind of a will persistence. Holy Za Zinham is writing, my will persistence is for you to physically touch my third eye. Yes. Holy Za Zinham. It can happen. Just take sannyas and prove your will persistence. One day you will be called to KAILASA. Not only third eye, I'll touch all your chakras. You will experience awakening Kundalini Shakti. It is possible. Understand. Fundamentally, you do not need any other qualification other than will persistence. It is just will persistence all you need. I was looking into this whole Navaganda Yoga Samadhi because I wanted to give you guys the manual. I just wanted to deliver it like a manual. Do this, you will have Navaganda Samadhi. The first thing Paramashiva revealed is will persistence. There's a beautiful story. One Nayanar, Ilayangudimara Nayanar, he took the oath to Paramashiva that anyone with Tirumula Varkavedam, with your Sarubhya, Swarupa, I will consider them as you and give Anna, means Naivedya, food, and serve. This is my life. He took this as his lifetime spiritual practice. Naturally, Paramashiva wants to test his will persistence. He went on depleting his wealth. Actually, I am telling you, anyone does Annadan, I give 100% guarantee. You will be showered with wealth. I am telling you, from my, not just my personal experience, I have seen thousands and thousands of evidences. You start doing Annadan in your temple will flourish like anything. You start doing Annadan even in your own house. Any guest comes, any Shiva devotee, any devotee comes, any guest comes, start giving them food, you will see how your life flourishes, showered with wealth. But strangely, Paramashiva depletes his wealth just to test his will persistence. Finally, it reached a state where he did not have anything in the house. That night, even he did not have food for himself or his wife. Everything is lost. And nobody is even ready to give any loan or debt because the whole town he has borrowed and spent on feeding Shiva's devotees. As Shiva Swarupa. That night, Paramashiva comes. Heavy rain. He made sure the situation, the whole atmosphere is perfect to test the will persistence. Heavy rain. Paramashiva comes as an old sannyasi and says, Bhagavati Bhikshandehi. This Nayanar, the great devotee, just jumped out of his bed. I should say out of his sleep. He was almost fainted due to hunger and dehydration. He just jumped out. And said, Oh Bhagavan, please come, sit. I will arrange something for you to eat. Just please sit. He rushes to the wife and asks, Is there anything? Wife is another extreme devotee. She is such a strength and support for him. If somebody else means they would have killed him first. You fellow, neither you had food nor I had food, and you are coming and asking me now, where is the food for this sadhu? She says, no, nothing is in the house. He asks, what shall we do? She says, I give you one idea. Today, we sowed the seed in our land, small land we have, the remaining. Due to this rain, all that seed will be floating. You go and collect that paddy and bring. I'll cook that and give. We can feed him. He runs. You guys understand, in the rain, all the seed rice, the paddy they sow, I don't know the English word, seed nell, they have sown, it will naturally float during the heavy rains. The moment he got the idea from the wife, he runs, collects all that and brings it in a basket. She cleans that and removes that covering and gets the rice out of it, cooks, and everything is ready. They go out and look for that sadhu who came. He was not there. Both of them start crying. Oh Bhagavan, because we got little delayed. You went away. Please forgive Mahadeva. When they were crying, Bhagavan Mahadeva Paramashiva appeared. Even to narrate this story, I have so much goosebump. because I can see the whole situation right now. Paramashiva appeared and gave him Kailasa. Not just Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navaganda Samadhi. He took both of them, husband and wife, with body to Kailasa. He just airlifted them. They did not leave the body back. They have not done any great unclutching, power manifesting, spiritual practice in their life. Just will persistence. Anyone I see in your form who wears Bhasma and Rudraksha, Tirumula Varkaveda, good or bad, I don't care. I am going to feed them as you. That will persistence, Paramashiva tested. When they succeeded in that will persistence, not only he gave them Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he gave them Navaganda Samadhi and Divya Sarira. Straight he took them to Kailasa, Kailasa. And he came along with wife. See, he is from the Saiva community, the community in which I was born and brought up. And in that community, there is a tradition. If a male goes and invites the family for marriage, only the male from that house will come. If a female goes and invites, only the female from that house will come. Only if the husband and wife both go and invite, both will come. That is the family tradition. So if you want, see, if you are like a related, listen carefully. You need to understand the cultural background. In a Saiva family, wife, when she wants to invite their family people, she wants only the female members of their family to come, her family to come. Only she will go alone and invite them. If she wants the whole family, husband and wife both should come. Husband and wife both should go and invite, and only then the other side, husband and wife both will come for the function. Here, because husband and wife both need to be taken to Kailasa, both Paramashiva and Parvati, both of them come. Samba Parameshwara, Sa Amba Parameshwara, Amba Sameda Parameshwara is coming. He came and received them and took them. See, each of these Nayanmar's history, the way they had liberation, the minute details are recorded. Minute details recorded. If you read them, you will understand the whole science of Kailasa culture. If the wife was not supporting for Ilayangudi Maranar, he withstood even the harassments of the wife and continued to succeed. Paramashiva would have come alone and taken him, that's all. But both of them were so strong. In their will persistence, Paramashiva came with Devi and took both of them to Kailasa. Somebody, Q alchemist, is messaging, please bring me to Kailasa, Swamiji, please teleport me. First put your original photo and your original name, reveal your original identity, then ask for the boons. Social media team, please remove all those who have not put their original photo and original name from the YouTube membership. Listen. Hiranmayi is asking Swamiji where to get Nayanmar stories. You can just Google 63 Nayanmars. You will get the whole lot of material, lot of versions of stories will appear. If you want to precisely read, there's a book called Periya Puranam by Ramakrishna Math. In English, I'll recommend that book is the best book in English. In Tamil, there are hundreds of beautiful commentaries. Periya Puranam is book written by Sekkilar. In English, Ramakrishna Math has published a very beautiful translation, very authentic translation. You can read Ramakrishna Math's Periya Puranam. Ramakrishna Math Mylapore publication. That's the best I will recommend in English. In Tamil, there is a lot of translations. Or commentaries. Tamil, lot is available. You can just Google, you will get the story in internet itself, all the 64 Nayanmar's history. If you read the details, you will understand the culture of Kailasa. I am not saying you should not do yoga, you should not do Nirvikalpa Samadhi, don't practice unclenching. No, I am not saying that. Anything you take it up with the will persistence. Will persistence. Saurav Aneja is asking, Swamiji, do will persistence and devotion go hand in hand? Will persistence is the only devotion. Without will persistence, whatever you call as devotion is just simple, cunning, exploitive, strategic word you use. Will persistence is only devotion. Nothing else is devotion. Somebody, Sir Quantic, is saying, I think you not need put photo for do healing and help. No, I don't need you here. If you are not able to put the original photo, please don't be in the group. Your original photo and original name is needed. If you can't put, please get out of the group. Sir Quantic, please leave the group now. Ketan Gaboid is asking, Swamiji, how do I build the best and strongest will persistence that you would approve of? Ketan Gaboid, listen carefully. Take up any one activity, maybe like Nithyananda Yoga, or unclutching, or enriching, any one activity. Decide with will persistence, you will dedicate your life to that. You will see all kinds of your internal, external conflicts will erupt, and when you win all this, your will persistence will naturally ripe into Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navaganda Samadhi. Om. Akshay Krishnagata is asking, is Ashwathaman still alive? தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? பரமசிவன் நான் உயிரோடு இருக்கேன், என் கூட வாழ்ந்தே உன் வாழ்க்கையை மேம்படுத்தி நல்ல கதிக்கு போக முடியல, ஓடி போயிட்ட. இப்ப அஸ்வத்தாம உயிரோடு இருக்காரா இல்லையான்னு தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? கேஷுவலா எதையாவது கேட்டு வைக்கிறது. She's asking whether Ashwatthama is still alive or not. I told her, she came to become Adinavasi and ran away. I am here Paramashiva is alive, and you are not able to use Paramashiva who is still alive and in the body, and you ran away, what are you going to do knowing whether Ashwatthama is alive or not? Are you going to go and search and go and fall at his feet and ask him, please teach me Brahmastra and please teach me whatever you learned from Dronacharya, your father? You are going to learn and use it or what? Some casual conversation. Because the computer is there, just type. Don't laugh, nothing to laugh here. I'm not asking you, I'm not answering you jovially. When time comes, you will understand the mess you made with your life, with your decisions. But that will be too late for you.
ನೀ ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ನೀ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನು
Ma Yoga Priya Anyan Zao. Don't worry about your job, manager, anything. I'll make everything smooth for your Paramashivoham. Don't worry.
ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ನೀ ದೇವಿಗೆ ಇಂದಿತ್ತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನವ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ನೀ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿಹೆ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವಂತ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸಿದಂತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನಿ ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವಂತ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸಿದಂತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನಿ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ಶಿವರಾತ್ರಿ ಕಾಲವೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ಜಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನೀನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಸುರಿವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನೀ ಭವರೋಗವ ತಡೆದು ಭಾವದ ಚಿಂತೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಳೆದು ಕರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳಿಸಿ ಹೊಸ ಜೀವನ ಕೊಡುವೆ ಪಾವನವೇ ನಾಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದಗಳ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ ಪಾವನವೇ ಬೀಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ದರ್ಶನದಿ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವಂ ನಿತ್ಯ ಶಿವಂ
नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं विरष्टप्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं विरष्टप्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् निषेधे कृते नेति नेतीति वाक्ये समाधिस्थितानां
Oh, listen. The 64 forms of Paramashiva, 64 manifestations of Paramashiva, 64 Leelas of Paramashiva in Thiruvilayadar Puranam, Shivalila Arnavam, and 63 Nayanmars, Periya Puranam. All these are very closely connected. With the subject Navaganda Samadhi, Navaganda Yoga Samadhi. So I am trying to unravel, open up, one by one, one by one, one by one. Veda Prakasha, somebody, Veda Prakasha is messaging. Veda Prakasha is messaging. Swamiji, I also left the Sangha. What is the Prayaschitta for me? I also left the Sangha due to incompletions. What is the Prayaschitta for me? The only Prayaschitta, go back to Bididi, Adi KAILASA, and whatever your incompletion, work and complete, fix it. Fix your inner space. Changing the place will not work. Only fixing the space will work. I kept the Adi KAILASA such a way perfectly to train you all. Listen, that's a very powerful spiritual training ground, and that is the spiritual incubator, and that Adi KAILASA will test your will persistence completely. If you pass Adi KAILASA, if you prove your will persistence in Adi KAILASA, you will directly reach Maha KAILASA. all your will persistence will be tested. That is the purpose for which Adi Kailasa was created. Everyone is asking, why should we be under administrators? Some administration. Hey, that is the way. You need to have your training and your will persistence need to be tested. That's all. It's very easy to live under me and very blissful to live around me. But first, let your will persistence be tested. In Veda Prakash, you can see your life. Whatever was the reason you left Adi Kailash, for what you went out, you will never get it, I can guarantee. For whatever reason you leave Guru, you will lose Guru, and for what you are searching, both you will lose. Whatever reason you are with Guru, you will get, and Guru, both. If you are with Guru for something, and you will get that something what you want, and you will get the Guru, both. If you leave the Guru for anything, you will lose the Guru, and what far you went out, that also will not be there. Will never be there. That's the way life works, because you went out due to the incompletion. That is going to haunt you forever, wherever you go. Changing the place will not work. Changing the space is going to work. Veda Prakasha, this is the prayaschitta, and I know for sure you will not do it. But I am giving this prayaschitta for so many others who are listening. So others may do it. For their sake, I am giving. And I know for sure you will not do it.
Takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takadimi nadaraja, taka 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 nadaraja, takadimi takajunu nadaraja, talang takadimi nadaraja, dom dom takita takadimita, dom takita dom takita takadimita, takita dom takita dom takadimi takita dom takita dom takadimi dom takita dom takita takadimi dom takita dom takita takadimita.
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தட்டதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறைந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதில் ஆடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சரி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி திரணா 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 tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திருசபையில் நயமுடனாடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தட்டதிமி தாளமோடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க हर बोले शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु चल रहा था मैं अकेला तेरे ही एक आंसू में सोना सा मेरा समंदर तेरी ही एक प्यासू में बारिशे बन के मिला जो तुझ में ही मैं घुल गया नदिया के जैसे तू आया तुझ में ही मैं खो गया बोर के हर तार सा जगमग मुझे तू कर गया द्वारे खोले तूने तेरे जग ये सारा मिल गया नित्यानंदा शंभु शंकर बन के तू जो आ गया थामे तेरे हाथों को जो तुझसे ही मैं मिल गया तुझे से ही सारी करूं रूठा तुझ पे ही मैं करूं तेरे खानों पे चढ़ के जग ये सारा मैंने हारा करूं हंसना भी तेरे संग करूं रोना भी तेरे संग ही करूं भोली सी तेरी हिण को मैं खुद को ही देखा करूं मेरी हर सांस में है तू घन घन में बसा है तू मेरी हर सांस में है तू रग रग में जला है तू सांस मेरी जो चली है बोलती है ये तो सुन ले रे हर हर बोले शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोले शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु
nitya 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 nityananda.
Mukti Pradayak Nithyananda.
Bolo nitya 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 nityananda.
Sada Shiva Tum Nithyananda. Mukti Pradayak Nithyananda. तीनों लोक में गूंजती है ऐसी है नाद तेरी डमरू पे माया जाल से जगाने
ये डमरू बाजेगा,
जाल से जगाने ये
डमरू बाजेगा, डम 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 डमरू, ये डमरू बाजेगा. डम 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 डमरू, ये डमरू बाजेगा.
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंदा.
बोलो नित्या 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 नित्यानंदा.
भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंदा.
बोलो नित्या 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 नित्यानंदा.
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंदा. भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंदा. मानव रूप धारण करके प्रेम कृपा तूने बरसाई. तेरी प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा. प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा.
बोलो नित्या 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 नित्यानंदा. 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 बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्या नित्यानंदा. बोलो नित्यानंदा नित्या नित्यानंदा. बोलो नित्या 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 नित्यानंदा. बोलो नित्या 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 नित्यानंदा.
Samaga ma pani bagari samaga ma pa 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 ma ga ma pa pa ni 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 ma pani pani sa 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 pa ma pa ma ga ma ga ma ga ri ni sa. गुरुदेवा नित्यानंद परमहंस नित्यानंद. 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 You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. Taram daram 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 daram. Just being in your presence burnt away all the karmas and the Shivoham experience relieved us from the bondages of Janma. I surrender Nithyananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nithyananda. I surrender Nithyananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nithyananda. I surrender Nithyananda. Nityananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nityananda, I surrender Nityananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nityananda. Taram daram 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 Gurudeva Nityananda, Paramahamsa Nityananda, 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 Gurudeva Nityananda, Paramahamsa Nityananda. Pani samaga ma pani pagare samaga ma pa 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 ma ga ma pa pa ni 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 ma pani pani sa 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 pa ma pa ma ga ma ga ri ni sa. Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham 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 Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shiva Shivoham Shivoham Shivo Nityanandoham 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 Nityanandam Nityanandoham 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 Nityanandam. Nityanandam
Harilin Gaumas is messaging. This webinar is more enlightening and exciting than football season in US. Eh, this webinar is headball program, understand? Where your ego heads roll. How in the football season footballs roll, this webinar is headballs roll. Your ego, which is a headball, that rolls here. So understand, this will naturally be higher, enlightening, entertaining, entraining, all three. Entraining, entertaining, and enlightening. Because this is headball season, not football season. Hmm.
हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा काला हल शिव काला नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम काला हल शिव काला नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा बम 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 भोलानाथ हर शिव वर शिव ओम डम 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 डमरुगनाथ नित्यानंद ओम बम 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 भोलानाथ हर शिव वर शिव ओम डम 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 डमरुगनाथ नित्यानंद ओम व्योमकेश शिव डमरुगेश हर मृत्युंजय हर ओम व्योमकेश शिव डमरुगेश हर मृत्युंजय हर ओम त्रिकालेश्वर भक्त मनोहर नित्यानंद ओम त्रिकालेश्वर भक्त मनोहर नित्यानंद ओम ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा
Om, Om. Sri Vedatmananda is writing, here we lose one head ego and gain 25 heads, Paramashiva himself. That is true. You got it. You said it. So, still I have not completed all the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. I have done only 21. So I have to come for maybe one more or 2 more days of webinar. I will come again tomorrow the same time, Indian Standard Time. We'll keep us 10 o'clock Indian Standard Time. Maybe I'll come for 1 or 2 more sessions to completely introduce all the 64 forms. We have done only 21 till now. And today, even to introduce this Navaganda Yoga Samadhi, it took time. I'll come again for 1 or 2 more days of webinar, extension of this same webinar, because I really want to complete all the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, super consciousness and KAILASA and Maha KAILASA Paramashiva. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.